Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the heart of Avalon, where crystal spires pierced the clouds and ancient magic thumbed through the very earth, a storm was brewing, not of rain or wind, but of scales and fire. The sky, once a canvas of cerulean beauty, now roiled with the silhouettes of dragons, their wings blotting out the sun like living storm clouds. Princess Illawen stood atop the highest tower of Castle Luminara, her emerald eyes fixed on the horizon. Her golden hair whipped around her face, a stark contrast to the darkness descending upon her kingdom. The young heir to the throne of Avalon had always dreamed of adventure beyond the castle walls, but not like this. Not with the screams of her people rising from the city below, not with the acrid smell of smoke stinging her nostrils. As another dragon's roar shattered the air, Illawen's hands gripped the stone parapet. Something stirred within her, a resonance that echoed the beast's cry. She shook her head, dismissing the strange sensation as fear. But deep down, she knew it was something more. "Your Highness," the urgent voice of Sir Galahad, captain of the royal guard, broke through her reverie. "We must get you to safety. The dragons have breached the outer walls." Illawen turned, her face a mask of determination. "I will not abandon my people, Sir Galahad. We stand and fight." As they descended the tower stairs, the castle trembled. Dust and small stones rained down upon them. They emerged into the grand hall to find chaos. Nobles and servants alike scrambled for safety, their faces etched with terror. Amidst the pandemonium, a figure stood still as stone, his long gray beard and robes untouched by the madness around him. Gandalf the Grey, advisor to the throne and the kingdom's most powerful mage, locked eyes with Illawen. "Princess," he said, his voice carrying over the din, "come with me. There is something you must know." Without waiting for a response, Gandalf turned and strode towards a tapestry depicting the founding of Avalon. With a wave of his gnarled staff, the fabric shimmered and parted, revealing a hidden passage. Illawen hesitated for only a moment before following, Sir Galahad close behind. The passage led them deep beneath the castle, to a chamber Illawen had never seen. Ancient runes covered the walls, glowing faintly in the dim light. At the center stood a pedestal upon which rested a gleaming silver circlet, the crown of whispers. Gandalf intoned, his voice reverent. "It has been waiting for you, Illawen." The princess approached cautiously. "What do you mean, waiting for me? What is this place?" Gandalf's eyes twinkled with a mixture of pride and sadness. "This is the heart of Avalon's magic, and you, my dear, are its chosen vessel. The blood that runs through your veins is not just that of kings and queens, but of the ancient dragon lords Illawen's world tilted." "Dragon lords? But that's impossible. They're just legends. Legends born of truth." "Gandalf, your ancestor, Queen Estria, was the last of the dragon lords. She sealed away her power to protect the realm from those who would abuse it. But now, with this threat upon us, the time has come for that power to awaken." As if in response to his words, a distant roar echoed through the chamber. Illawen felt that strange resonance again, stronger this time. She reached out, her fingers hovering over the crown. "If I take this," she whispered, "what will happen?" Gandalf's expression grew grave. "You will have the power to communicate with dragons, to understand them, perhaps even to command them. But power always comes at a price, Your Highness. The choice is yours." Another roar, closer now. The chamber shook. Sir Galahad drew his sword, eyes darting to the entrance. "Whatever you're going to do, Princess, I suggest you do it quickly." Illawen closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and placed the crown of whispers upon her brow. The world exploded into sensation. Elowin gasped as knowledge flooded her mind, the history of the Dragon Lords, the language of scales and fire, the deep magic that bound her bloodline to these magnificent creatures. When she opened her eyes, they glowed with an inner fire. "We must go to the surface," she said, her voice carrying a new authority. "I need to see them." They emerged into a courtyard now littered with rubble. Above them, dragons wheeled and dove, breathing streams of fire upon the city. At their head flew a massive beast with scales black as night, upon whose back rode a figure in gleaming obsidian armor. Malachi Gandalf growled, "The dragon warlord. He seeks to subjugate all of Avalon." Elowin stepped forward, her heart pounding but her resolve firm. She opened her mouth, and what came out was not her voice, but a roar that shook the very foundations of the castle. The dragons above faltered in their attack, heads swiveling towards her. Malachi's mount landed before them with an earth-shaking thud. The warlord's face was hidden behind his helm, but his voice dripped with malice. "Well, well, what have we here? A little princess playing at being a dragon lord?" Elowin stood tall, the crown of whispers gleaming upon her brow. "I am Princess Elowin of Avalon, heir to the throne and the blood of Queen Astrea. By the ancient pact, I command you to leave this kingdom in peace." A laugh like grinding stone emerged from Malachi's helm. "You think a few pretty words and a circlet make you a dragon lord? You know nothing of true power, girl. Let me show you what it means to command dragons." He raised his hand, and the black dragon beneath him reared back, jaws opening wide to unleash a torrent of flame. Elowin didn't flinch. She met the dragon's gaze and spoke, not in the tongue of men, but in the ancient language of dragonkind. "Great one," she said, her words a melody of hisses and growls, "why do you serve this man who knows nothing of your true nature? You are not a beast of burden or a weapon of war. You are the wind given form, the fire of creation itself. Remember who you are." The dragon's eyes widened. It turned its massive head towards Malachi, who was shouting commands that now fell on deaf ears. With a roar that shook the heavens, the dragon bucked, sending the warlord tumbling to the ground. Chaos erupted as the other dragons, hearing Elowin's words, began to turn on their riders. Malachi scrambled to his feet, drawing a wicked black sword. "What have you done?" he snarled, charging towards Elowin. Sir Galahad intercepted him, their blades meeting in a shower of sparks. As the two warriors dueled, Elowin continued to speak to the dragons, her voice carried on the wind to every corner of Avalon. She spoke of peace, of the ancient bond between dragons and humans, of a future where they could coexist in harmony. One by one, the dragons landed in the courtyard, bowing their heads to Elowin. The riders, seeing their mounts turn against them, threw down their weapons in surrender. Only Malachi fought on, driven by rage and the lust for power. "You cannot stop me," he roared, breaking away from Sir Galahad and lunging at Elowin. "I am the true dragon warlord." Before his blade could reach her, a wall of scales intercepted him. The black dragon, once his mount, now stood protectively over Elowin. With a single snap of its massive jaws, it plucked Malachi from the ground and tossed him high into the air. The warlord's scream faded as he disappeared into the distance. As silence fell over the battlefield, Elowin placed a hand on the black dragon's snout. "Thank you, noble one," she said softly. "What is your name?" The dragon's voice rumbled in her mind. "I am Noctis, young dragon lord, and I pledge my allegiance to you and to Avalon." Elowin turned to face her people, who had begun to emerge from their hiding places. She saw fear in their eyes, but also hope. Gandalf stepped forward, a proud smile on his face. "The age of the Dragon Lords has returned," he announced. "Princess Elowin has awakened her heritage and saved our kingdom. Let this day mark the beginning of a new era of peace between humans and dragons." Cheers erupted from the crowd. Elowin felt the weight of her new responsibility settling upon her shoulders, but also a sense of excitement for the future. She had discovered a part of herself she never knew existed, and with it, the power to shape the destiny of Avalon. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, Elowin stood among her new dragon allies. Noctis lowered his head, offering her his back. With a deep breath, She climbed onto the dragon's shoulders. "Are you ready, your highness?" Sir Galahad called from below, a mix of concern and awe in his voice. Elowyn smiled, feeling more alive than she ever had. "I am. It's time to see our kingdom from a new perspective." With a mighty beat of his wings, Noctis launched into the sky. As they soared over Avalon, Elowyn saw not just the destruction wrought by the battle, but the potential for rebuilding, for creating a world where humans and dragons could thrive together. The crown of whispers hummed with power upon her brow, a reminder of the challenges and adventures that lay ahead. But for now, with the wind in her hair and the world spread out beneath her, Princess Elowyn of Avalon, the new Dragon Lord, allowed herself a moment of pure, unadulterated joy. For this was just the beginning of her story, and the tales of her reign would be sung for generations to come. Story 2, in the heart of Mirkwood, where ancient trees whispered secrets as old as time itself, an eerie silence fell upon the forest. The usual cacophony of chirping birds and rustling leaves gave way to an unsettling stillness that sent shivers down the spines of even the most seasoned elven warriors. It was as if the very soul of the woodland realm held its breath, anticipating the awakening of a long-dormant evil. King Thranduil, resplendent in his silver robes and crown of autumn leaves, stood atop his grand balcony overlooking the vast expanse of his domain. His piercing blue eyes, which had witnessed millennia of strife and peace, narrowed as he sensed the change in the air. With a gesture as graceful as it was commanding, he summoned his most trusted advisors to his private chambers. As the elven lords gathered in the cavernous hall, their faces etched with concern, a familiar figure emerged from the shadows. Gandalf the Grey, his weathered staff tapping rhythmically against the stone floor, approached the gathering with an air of urgency that belied his usual calm demeanor. "My friends," the wizard's voice rumbled through the chamber, "I fear the peace we have so dearly bought with blood and sacrifice is once again threatened." Thranduil's eyes met Gandalf's, a silent understanding passing between them. With a nod, the Elven King spoke, his voice as smooth and cold as ice. "Speak, Mithrandir. What darkness stirs in my realm?" Gandalf's bushy eyebrows furrowed as he retrieved an ancient scroll from the depths of his robes. Unrolling it with reverence, he began to recite words that sent a chill through the assembled elves. "When shadow and light blur as one, and ancient echoes rise with the sun, the divided must stand united. Or all of Arda shall fall benighted." A murmur rippled through the gathering, but Gandalf raised his hand for silence. This prophecy, long forgotten in the annals of history, speaks of a threat that can only be vanquished by the combined strength of all free peoples of Middle-earth. Thranduil's face remained impassive, but his eyes betrayed a flicker of concern. "And what, pray tell, is this threat that requires such unprecedented unity?" As if in answer, a distant rumble shook the very foundations of the elven halls. The air grew thick with an oppressive darkness that seemed to seep through the very walls. Gandalf's voice grew grave as he spoke. "The ancient evil that sleeps beneath the roots of Dal Guldur stirs once more. Not Sauron this time, but something older, something that predates even the First Age." The elven lords exchanged worried glances, their immortal faces betraying fear for the first time in centuries. Thranduil, however, remained resolute. "What would you have us do, Mithrandir? Surely you do not suggest we ally ourselves with the likes of dwarves and men?" Gandalf's eyes twinkled with a mix of amusement and determination. "Not just dwarves and men, my old friend. We must reach out to all races, even those we have long considered our enemies. The Haradrim, the Easterlings, even the remnants of the ORCs who seek redemption." A shocked silence fell over the chamber, broken only by the occasional nervous shuffling of feet. Thranduil's face hardened, his voice laced with centuries of distrust and prejudice. "You ask too much, wizard. My people have bled for millennia defending our borders from these very races. How can we now extend our hand in friendship?" It was at this moment that a young voice rang out, clear and determined. "I will go, father." All eyes turned to Prince Legolas, who stood tall and proud at the edge of the gathering. His golden hair gleamed in the flickering torchlight, and his eyes burned with a fire that spoke of both youth and wisdom beyond his years. Thranduil's expression softened almost imperceptibly as he regarded his son. Legolas, you cannot possibly understand the weight of this task. The young prince stepped forward, his voice unwavering. I understand that our world stands on the brink of destruction. If we cling to our ancient hatreds and mistrusts, we doom not just ourselves, but all of Middle-earth. Gandalf nodded approvingly, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The young prince speaks wisely, Thranduil. We need an emissary who can bridge the divides between our peoples, someone whose heart is not yet hardened by the scars of old wars. Thranduil remained silent for a long moment, his eyes never leaving his son's determined face. Finally, with a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of ages, he nodded. Very well, Legolas. You shall be our envoy in this most perilous of missions. But you shall not go alone. With a wave of his hand, Thranduil summoned forth two figures from the shadows of the hall. The first was Toriel, the fiery-haired captain of the guard, her green eyes gleaming with a mix of pride and concern for her prince. The second was a more surprising choice, Galorn, a dark-skinned elf whose ancestry traced back to the Avari, the dark elves who had never made the journey to Valinor. These two shall accompany you, my son, Thranduil declared. Toriel's bow and blade will keep you safe, while Galorn's unique heritage may prove invaluable in forging alliances with those who mistrust the Eldar. As the trio bowed before their king, Gandalf stepped forward, his voice filled with urgency. You must make haste. Your first destination shall be Erebor, the lonely mountain. The dwarves must be made to understand the gravity of our situation, and so, as the first rays of dawn pierced through the canopy of Mirkwood, three figures emerged from the Elven King's halls. Legolas, his bow slung across his back and determination etched on his fair features. Toriel, her keen eyes scanning the forest for any hint of danger. And Galorn, his dark skin a stark contrast to his silver hair, a living bridge between two worlds. Their journey to Erebor was fraught with peril. The shadow that had awakened in Dal Guldur seemed to stretch its tendrils across the land, turning familiar paths treacherous and friendly creatures hostile. As they crossed the desolation of Smog, now a bleak reminder of the destructive power of unchecked greed, Legolas couldn't help but reflect on the enormity of their task. How can we possibly unite peoples who have hated each other for so long? He mused aloud as they made camp one evening. Galorn, his dark eyes reflecting the flickering campfire, spoke softly. Perhaps it is not about erasing the past, but about finding common ground in our shared future. We all breathe the same air, walk the same earth. The shadow that threatens us cares not for our petty distinctions. Toriel nodded, her hand unconsciously moving to the runestone gifted to her long ago by a dwarf she had come to care for. Love and loss are universal, my prince. Perhaps in sharing our grief and our hopes, we can forge bonds stronger than any ancient enmity. As they approached the gates of Erebor, the magnitude of their task became even more apparent. The dwarven sentries regarded them with open suspicion, hands never straying far from their weapons. It took all of Legolas's diplomatic skills, honed through centuries of observing his father, to secure an audience with King D in Ironfoot. The throne room of Erebor was a marvel of dwarven craftsmanship, its vaulted ceilings adorned with veins of gold and mithril. But the beauty of the surroundings did little to soften the hardened faces of the dwarven lords who gathered to hear the elven emissaries. Legolas stepped forward, his voice clear and strong, as he relayed Gandalf's warning and the ancient prophecy. To his surprise, it was Galorn who made the greatest impact on the dwarven assembly. The dark-skinned elf spoke of his own people's long isolation and the price they had paid for their refusal to join with their kin. His words seemed to strike a chord with the dwarves, who knew all too well the cost of pride and isolation. As discussions stretched into the night, a commotion at the gates drew everyone's attention. A group of men from Dale, led by Bard the bowman's grandson, burst into the throne room, their faces pale with fear. The shadow, they cried. It advances from the south, consuming all in its path. In that moment, as dwarves, elves, and men stood together in the face of a common threat, Legolas felt a glimmer of hope. The road ahead would be long and fraught with danger, but perhaps, just perhaps, the seeds of unity were beginning to take root. As they prepared to depart for their next destination, the war-torn lands of Harad, Legolas caught sight of a raven winging its way northward, carrying news of their progress to Gandalf and his father. The young prince's heart swelled with a mixture of trepidation and determination. The fate of Middle-earth hung in the balance, and every step of their journey, every alliance forged, would tip the scales between salvation and oblivion. The shadows lengthened as they set out from Erebor, a company now swelled by the addition of dwarven warriors and men of Dale. Legolas knew that their greatest challenges lay ahead, convincing former enemies to stand together against a threat many had yet to fully comprehend. But as he looked at the diverse faces of his companions, he saw not elves, dwarves, or men, but fellow children of Arda, each with a stake in the world's future. With a deep breath, Legolas led his growing company southward toward lands unknown and alliances yet to be forged. The ancient evil stirred in the depths of Dal Guldur, but with each step, the forces of light grew stronger, united by a common purpose and the unbreakable bonds of friendship forged in the crucible of adversity. As they vanished into the gathering dusk, the words of the prophecy echoed in Legolas's mind, no longer a portent of doom, but a rallying cry for a world united. The divided must stand united, or all of Arda shall fall benighted, and in the hearts of all who marched with him, a small flame of hope began to burn, pushing back the encroaching darkness one step at a time. Story 3. Deep within the heart of the Blue Mountains, where ancient stone whispered secrets of ages past, the rhythmic clang of dwarven pickaxes suddenly gave way to an eerie silence. The air grew thick with anticipation as Master Thrain, leader of the excavation, raised a gnarled hand to halt his kin. His weathered face, etched with the lines of countless years spent beneath the earth, contorted in a mixture of awe and trepidation. Before them lay a vast cavern, its walls glittering with veins of mithril, so pure and abundant that it seemed to pulse with its own inner light. The dwarves' initial elation, however, quickly turned to dread as the ground beneath their feet began to tremble. From the depths of the newly discovered chamber came a low, ominous growl that sent shivers down even the stoutest of spines. By Durin's beard, Thrain whispered, his voice barely audible above the growing rumble. "What have we awakened?" As if in answer, a plume of acrid smoke billowed from the cavern's maw, carrying with it the unmistakable scent of brimstone and ancient malice. The dwarves stumbled backward, their faces pale beneath their beards. They knew, in the marrow of their bones, that they had disturbed something far beyond their ability to control. "Seal the chamber," Thrain bellowed, his voice cutting through the panic that threatened to overtake his kin. "And send word to Erebor. We need Gandalf the Grey, and we need him now." As the dwarves scrambled to obey, reinforcing the cavern entrance with hastily erected supports of stone and metal, a single raven took flight from the mountain's peak. Its wings beat a frantic rhythm as it carried news of the impending catastrophe to the far corners of Middle-earth. 3 days later, as the Blue Mountains continued to shudder with increasingly violent tremors, a tall figure appeared on the horizon. Gandalf the Grey, his weathered hat pulled low over his brow and his staff tapping a steady rhythm against the rocky ground, approached the dwarven settlement with purposeful strides. At his side walked a young man, barely more than a boy, clad in robes of midnight blue that seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly light. "Greetings, Master Thrain," Gandalf called out as they neared the mountain's entrance. "I came as swiftly as I could. This is LOTR, my apprentice. He shows great promise in the magical arts and may be of assistance in our current predicament." Thrain bowed low, his relief palpable. "We are grateful for your swift arrival, Gandalf, and welcome, young LOTR. I fear we have need of all the help we can muster," as Thrain led them into the mountain's depths, recounting the discovery of the mithril vein and the subsequent awakening of whatever ancient horror now lurked below. LOTR's eyes grew wide with a mixture of fear and fascination. The young apprentice had heard tales of the creatures that slumbered in the deep places of the world, but never had he imagined he would face one himself. They reached the sealed chamber, now reinforced with elaborate dwarven contraptions designed to hold back the growing threat. Even through the thick barriers, they could feel the heat emanating from within, accompanied by a deep, rhythmic pounding that seemed to shake the very foundations of the mountain. Gandalf's face grew grave as he placed a gnarled hand against the stone. "A Balrog," he murmured, his voice heavy with the weight of ancient memory. "One of the mire, corrupted by Morgoth in the First Age. I had hoped never to encounter such a being again." Alatar stepped forward, his young face alight with determination. "Master, surely with our combined power, we can defeat this creature?" Gandalf turned to his apprentice, a sad smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Defeat? No, my young friend. Our task is not to vanquish the Balrog, but to seal it away once more, to ensure it never fully awakens to threaten the world above." For days, Gandalf and Alatar worked tirelessly, weaving intricate spells of containment around the chamber. The dwarves, led by the indefatigable Thrain, lent their strength and skill to the effort, reinforcing magical barriers with dwarven craft and ingenuity. As the days wore on, however, Alatar grew increasingly distracted. The young apprentice found himself drawn to the sealed chamber, pressing his ear against the stone to listen to the Balrog's thunderous heartbeat. In quiet moments, when Gandalf was deep in consultation with Thrain, Alatar would slip away to study the ancient texts the dwarves had unearthed alongside the mithril vein. One night, as Gandalf slumbered fitfully after a particularly draining day of spellcasting, Alatar crept from their shared quarters. His heart pounded in rhythm with the Balrog's distant roars as he made his way to the sealed chamber. With trembling hands, he began to trace arcane symbols on the stone, whispering words of power that seemed to resonate with the very mountain itself. "I can control it," he muttered, his eyes gleaming with a fervor that bordered on madness. "With its power, I could reshape Middle-earth, bring order to chaos, light to darkness." Just as the final symbol began to glow with an ominous red light, a firm hand grasped Alatar's shoulder. The young apprentice whirled to find Gandalf standing behind him, his face a mask of disappointment and sorrow. "Oh, my boy," the old wizard sighed, "have you learned nothing of the corrupting nature of power? The Balrog cannot be controlled, only contained." Alatar's face contorted with a mixture of shame and defiance. "But master, think of what we could accomplish, the good we could do." Gandalf's eyes softened with understanding. "I know the temptation, Alatar. I have faced it many times in my long years. But we must resist. The price of such power is always too high." As master and apprentice stood locked in a battle of wills, the mountain gave a mighty shudder. Cracks began to spider across the sealed entrance, and from within came a roar of triumph that shook them to their very souls. "What have I done?" Alatar whispered, the full weight of his actions crashing down upon him. Gandalf's face set in grim determination. "We have no time for regrets now. We must act, and quickly, lest all our efforts be for naught." With a speed that belied his ancient appearance, Gandalf began to weave a spell of immense power. The air crackled with energy as he called upon forces beyond mortal comprehension. Alatar, pushing aside his guilt and fear, joined his master, lending his considerable talent to the effort. The Balrog's roars grew louder, more insistent, as it sensed its impending freedom. The very rock around them began to melt and reform, twisting into nightmarish shapes as the creature's evil influence seeped through the weakening barriers. In that moment of crisis, as all seemed lost, Alatar made a decision that would define the rest of his days. With a cry of determination, he stepped forward, placing himself between Gandalf and the crumbling seal. "Master," he shouted above the din, "complete the spell. I will hold it back." Gandalf's eyes widened in understanding and sorrow. Alatar, no. The cost, but the young apprentice had made his choice. Drawing upon reserves of power he never knew he possessed, Alatar threw himself into the fray. His body became a conduit for raw magical energy, holding the Balrog at bay, even as it threatened to consume him. With a heavy heart, Gandalf seized the opportunity his apprentice had bought with his very essence. The ancient wizard's voice rose in a thunderous incantation, words of power that had not been uttered since the shaping of Arda itself. The mountain groaned and shifted, stone flowing like water, as new seals formed, layers upon layers of rock and magic intertwining to create an impenetrable barrier. The Balrog's roars faded to distant echo, and then to silence. As the dust settled and the last tremors subsided, Gandalf rushed to LOTR's side. The young apprentice lay motionless, his once vibrant robes now dull and lifeless. Yet as Gandalf cradled him in his arms, LOTR's eyes fluttered open, a faint smile playing at his lips. "Did we succeed, Master?" he whispered, his voice barely audible. Gandalf nodded, tears glistening in his ancient eyes. "Yes, my boy. Thanks to your sacrifice, the Balrog sleeps once more." LOTR's smile widened, even as his body began to fade, becoming translucent as mist in morning sunlight. "Then it was worth it. I understand now, Master. The true power lies not in control, but in sacrifice." With those words, LOTR vanished, his essence merging with the very stone of the mountain, becoming part of the seal that would hold the Balrog at bay for ages to come. In the years that followed, the dwarves of the Blue Mountains spoke in hushed tones of the great wizard Gandalf and his brave apprentice, who gave his life to save them all. The Chamber of Mithril remained sealed, a testament to the perils of unchecked ambition and the redemptive power of self-sacrifice. And on quiet nights, when the wind whispered through the mountain halls, some claimed they could hear the faint echo of a young voice, still standing guard against the darkness that slumbered below. Story 4. In the realm of Euphoria, where magic flowed like rivers and ancient prophecies whispered on the wind, a storm was brewing. The air crackled with tension as the drums of war echoed across the land, their ominous rhythm a harbinger of the darkness to come. It was on this fateful eve that young Ethan, a knight of the Silver Order, stood atop the battlements of Castle Luminara, his keen eyes scanning the horizon for signs of the impending conflict. Ethan's hand rested on the hilt of his gleaming sword, Dawnbringer, as he contemplated the gravity of the situation. The kingdom had long enjoyed peace under the protection of Gandalf the Wise, the legendary mage whose very name struck fear into the hearts of evildoers. But now, when Euphoria needed him most, Gandalf had vanished without a trace. As the last rays of sunlight painted the sky in hues of crimson and gold, a messenger arrived at the castle gates, breathless and wide-eyed with urgency. Ethan descended from his post, his silver armor glinting in the fading light, to receive the news that would set him on a perilous journey. "Sir Ethan," the messenger gasped, "the Council of Elders summons you. It's about Gandalf. He's gone missing." The young knight's heart raced as he strode through the castle's grand halls, his footsteps echoing off the ancient stone walls adorned with tapestries depicting great battles of old. In the council chamber, faces etched with worry greeted him. Lord Eldrin, the eldest of the council, spoke with a voice that carried the weight of centuries. "Ethan, you have proven yourself a valiant defender of our realm. Now, we task you with a mission of utmost importance. You must find Gandalf and bring him back to us before the armies of darkness descend upon our lands." Without hesitation, Ethan knelt before the council, his voice steady and resolute. "I swear by the light of the Silver Star that I will not rest until Gandalf is found and our kingdom secure." As dawn broke, Ethan set out on his quest, the weight of his responsibility as heavy as the armor on his back. His journey took him to the edges of Euphoria, where the lush forests gave way to the desolate expanse known as the Shadowlands. Here, the very air seemed to whisper dark secrets, and the ground beneath his feet felt treacherous and alive. It was in these forsaken lands that Ethan's path crossed with that of Lyria, an elven exile with eyes that held the wisdom of ages and the pain of untold sorrows. Their meeting was far from cordial. Ethan found himself at the point of Lyria's arrow, her stance as graceful as it was deadly. "State your purpose, human, or your next step shall be your last," Lyria warned, her voice as melodious as it was threatening. Ethan, with practiced calm, lowered his weapon. "I seek Gandalf the Wise. The fate of Euphoria hangs in the balance." At the mention of Gandalf's name, Lyria's eyes widened, and she lowered her bow. "Gandalf, I too have been searching for him." The forest whispers of a great evil stirring in the depths of Mount Erebor. "Perhaps our paths are meant to intertwine." Reluctantly at first, the unlikely pair joined forces, their skills complementing each other as they navigated the perils of the Shadowlands. Ethan's unwavering courage and skill with the sword were matched by Lyria's unparalleled archery and knowledge of ancient lore. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of darkness, they encountered creatures of nightmare shadow wolves with eyes of flame and wraiths that sought to steal their very souls. Each battle brought them closer together, forging a bond of trust in the crucible of danger. Their path led them to the Whispering Caverns, where echoes of the past mingled with visions of possible futures. It was here, in the eerie glow of phosphorescent fungi, that they uncovered the first true clue to Gandalf's whereabouts. An ancient stone tablet, its surface etched with runes that pulsed with an otherworldly light, revealed a prophecy that sent chills down their spines. When the starless night descends, the gray wanderer shall be taken to the heart of the sleeping mountain, where shadows of old awaken. Lyria's voice trembled as she translated the ancient script. The sleeping mountain. It can only mean Erebor. But what darkness could be powerful enough to capture Gandalf? Their questions multiplied as they pressed on, each step bringing them closer to the looming silhouette of Mount Erebor. The mountain's presence grew more ominous as they approached, its peaks shrouded in unnatural darkness that seemed to devour the very light around it. At the foot of Erebor, they encountered a figure that would change the course of their quest. Thorin, a dwarf of the mountain clan, his beard singed and his eyes wild with fear. "Turn back," he cried. "The mountain has awakened, and with it, horrors beyond imagining." But Ethan and Lyria stood firm, their resolve unshaken. Thorin, seeing their determination, sighed heavily. "Then if you must go, let me guide you. I know the secret paths of Erebor, though I fear where they may lead us now." The trio delved into the mountain's depths, navigating twisting corridors and vast caverns that echoed with the whispers of forgotten ages. As they descended, the air grew thick with malevolence, and shadows danced at the edge of their vision. In a chamber vast enough to house an entire city, they found their quarry. Gandalf, the mighty wizard, lay suspended in a cage of dark energy, his staff broken at his feet. Before him stood a figure of nightmare Morleth, the Shadow Lord, a being of pure darkness that had slumbered for millennia, awaiting its moment to plunge the world into eternal night. Morleth's voice reverberated through the chamber, a sound like the grinding of mountains. "Ah, the night and the exile. How fitting that you should witness the fall of your world. With Gandalf's power, I shall extinguish every star in the sky." Ethan raised Dawnbringer, its blade glowing with an inner light that pushed back the encroaching darkness. "Your reign ends here, Shadow Lord. We will not let you destroy all that is good in this world." The battle that ensued was one of legend, a clash of light and darkness that shook the very foundations of Erebor. Ethan's blade sang as it cut through shadow spawn, while Lyria's arrows found their mark with unerring accuracy. Thorin's warhammer crushed the stone beneath the feet of their enemies, his battle cries echoing through the chamber. Yet for all their valor, they found themselves overwhelmed by the sheer power of Morleth. It was then, in their darkest hour, that Gandalf's voice rang out, weak but unwavering. "The light within you, it is the key." Understanding dawned in Lyria's eyes. She reached for Ethan's hand, and as their fingers intertwined, a brilliant radiance erupted from their joined palms. The light of hope, of courage, of the unyielding spirit that defined them both, coalesced into a beam of pure energy that struck Morleth with the force of 1,000 suns. The Shadow Lord's agonized scream shook the mountain as his form began to disintegrate. With a final, earth-shattering roar, Morleth exploded into a cascade of harmless shadows, banished once more to the realm of forgotten nightmares. As the dust settled, Gandalf's cage dissolved, and the wizard fell to his knees, weakened but alive. Ethan and Lyria rushed to his side, supporting him as Thorin worked to clear a path out of the collapsing chamber. "You have done well, my young friends," Gandalf said, his eyes twinkling with their familiar light. "But our battle is not yet over. The armies of darkness still march upon Etheria with renewed purpose." The group made their way out of Erebor, racing against time to save their homeland. As they emerged from the mountain, they found an army of elves, dwarves, and humans awaiting them, allies gathered by the power of their combined legend, drawn to the light of hope that now shone like a beacon from Mount Erebor. Ethan, Lyria, and Gandalf stood at the forefront of this grand alliance, ready to face whatever darkness might come. For they had learned that true strength lay not in solitude, but in the bonds forged through adversity, and the light that shines brightest in the darkest of times. As the sun rose on a new day, casting its golden rays across the land of Ethoria, the heroes knew that their greatest adventures were yet to come. For in a world of magic and wonder, where ancient prophecies guide the fate of kingdoms, there would always be a need for courage, friendship, and the unyielding belief in the power of light to overcome the deepest darkness. Story 5. In the mystical realm of Ethoria, where magic whispered through ancient forests and danced upon shimmering lakes, a terrible curse had befallen the land. As the first rays of dawn crept over the horizon, they illuminated a kingdom frozen in time. Where once there had been bustling markets and laughter-filled streets, now stood eerie statues of stone, their faces etched with expressions of surprise and terror. Thorn, apprentice to the great wizard Gandalf, stood atop the highest tower of the celestial citadel, his emerald eyes scanning the petrified landscape below. His raven hair whipped in the wind as he clutched his mentor's staff, the crystal at its tip pulsing with a faint, troubled light. By the ancient stars, he whispered, his voice heavy with the weight of responsibility, what dark magic could have wrought such devastation? As if in answer, a parchment materialized before him, carried on a spectral wind. Thorn snatched it from the air, his eyes widening as he read the flowing script. When stone claims flesh and silence reigns, seek the crown where magic wanes. In Dreamwood's heart, midst shadow and light, lies the key to end the kingdom's plight. Thorn's heart raced. The Crown of Dreams, a legendary artifact said to hold the power to reshape reality itself. It was his only hope to break the curse and save Ethoria. Without hesitation, he descended the tower, his apprentice robes billowing behind him. As he reached the citadel gates, a haunting melody caught his ear. Following the sound, he found himself in a hidden courtyard where a lone figure sat amidst the stone statues, playing a crystalline flute. The music stopped abruptly as the player sensed Thorn's presence. She stood, lowering her hood to reveal pointed ears and eyes that shimmered like starlight. "Who dares disturb my lament?" she asked, her voice as melodious as her music. "I am Thorn, apprentice to Gandalf," he replied, bowing slightly. "And you are?" A sad smile played on her lips. "I am Lyra, once known as the Nightingale of Ethoria. Now, I fear, I am nothing more than a relic of a kingdom turned to stone." Thorn's eyes widened in recognition. "The Nightingale? But the legends say you disappeared centuries ago." Lyra's laugh was tinged with bitterness. "Legends often blur the line between truth and fiction, young apprentice. I am far older than I appear, and I bear secrets that would shake the foundations of this realm." Thorn hesitated, then held out the parchment. "Perhaps those secrets could help us now. I seek the Crown of Dreams to break this curse and restore our people." Lyra's eyes flickered with a mix of hope and trepidation as she read the message. "The Dreamwood," she whispered, "a place of great power and greater danger. If you truly mean to undertake this quest, you'll need a guide." She fixed Thorn with a piercing gaze. "And someone to watch your back." Together, Thorn and Lyra set out from the celestial citadel, their path leading them to the fringes of Ethoria, where the wild magic grew stronger. As they traveled, Thorn couldn't help but notice the way Lyra's eyes would sometimes grow distant, as if seeing ghosts from a long-forgotten past. On the third day of their journey, as they made camp at the edge of a shimmering lake, Thorn finally gathered the courage to ask, "Lyra, how is it that you alone were spared from the curse?" The elven woman stared into the dancing flames of their campfire, her voice barely above a whisper. "Because, Thorn, I am the reason for the curse. Or rather, my father is." Thorn's jaw dropped. "Your father? But who Gandalf?" Lyra interrupted, her eyes meeting his. "Gandalf is my father." The revelation hit Thorn like a physical blow. He stumbled back, his mind reeling. "But how? Gandalf never spoke of a daughter." Lyra's laugh was hollow. "No, I suppose he wouldn't have. Not after what happened between us. Let's just say that even the wisest can make grave mistakes when it comes to matters of the heart and power." Before Thorn could press further, a bone-chilling howl pierced the night. From the shadows of the surrounding forest emerged a pack of shadow wolves, their eyes glowing with an otherworldly hunger. Thorn raised Gandalf's staff, its crystal blazing to life. Beside him, Lyra knocked an arrow to a bough that seemed to materialize from starlight. Back to back, they faced the encroaching beasts. Remember, Lyra called over her shoulder, these creatures are born of nightmare. Believe in your power, and they cannot harm you. As the shadow wolves lunged, Thorn and Lyra moved in perfect synchronization. Bolts of arcane energy erupted from Thorn's staff, dispelling the shadows, while Lyra's arrows found their mark with unerring accuracy. In moments, the clearing was empty save for wisps of dark mist dissipating in the moonlight. Panting, Thorn turned to Lyra. That was incredible. Where did you learn to fight like that? A sad smile played on her lips. When you've lived as long as I have, you pick up a few tricks. Come, we should move on. The Dreamwood awaits, and with it, answers to questions you haven't even thought to ask yet. As they delved deeper into the heart of Ethoria, the landscape around them began to shift and change. Trees whispered secrets in languages long forgotten, and streams flowed with water that glimmered like liquid starlight. Thorn found himself relying more and more on Lyra's guidance, for in this realm of wild magic, nothing was as it seemed. On the 7th day of their journey, they came upon a glade unlike any Thorn had ever seen. At its center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wider than a dozen men could encircle. Its branches reached towards the sky, leaves shimmering with an inner light that pulsed in time with some unheard rhythm. The heart of the Dreamwood, Lyra breathed, her voice filled with awe and trepidation. The crown of dreams lies within, but beware, Thorn. The magic here will test not just your power, but the very essence of who you are. As they approached the massive tree, its bark began to ripple like water. From its depths emerged a figure that made Thorn's heart skip a beat, Gandalf himself, looking exactly as he had the day he'd disappeared. My boy, the apparition of Gandalf said, his voice warm and familiar. You've come so far. But are you prepared for the truth that awaits you? Thorn stepped forward, his voice trembling slightly. Master Gandalf, I don't understand. How are you here? The image of Gandalf smiled sadly. I am but an echo, Thorn, a reflection of the magic that binds this realm. The real Gandalf. Well, that's a tale for another time. For now, you must face the challenge that lies before you. With a wave of his spectral hand, Gandalf's image dissipated, revealing an ornate door set into the trunk of the great oak. Inscribed upon it, in glowing runes, was a riddle. To claim the crown and break the spell, a price must be paid, a truth to tell. What burns brighter than any star, yet often hides in shadows far? Thorn's brow furrowed as he contemplated the words. Beside him, Lyra stood silent, her eyes fixed on the door with an unreadable expression. Love, Thorn whispered suddenly, realization dawning. The answer is love. It burns brighter than any star, yet people often hide their true feelings in the shadows of their hearts. The runes on the door flared brilliantly, and with a groan of ancient wood, it swung open. Within the hollow of the tree, bathed in ethereal light, floated the crown of dreams, a circlet of intertwined silver and gold, adorned with gems that seemed to hold entire universes within their depths. As Thorn reached for the crown, Lyra's hand shot out, grasping his wrist. Wait, she said, her voice thick with emotion. Before you take it, there's something you must know. The curse upon Ethoria. It was born of a love so powerful it became destructive. Gandalf and I, we tried to use the crown to reshape reality itself, to create a perfect world. But the price was too high. Thorn's mind reeled as the pieces fell into place. The statues, they're not cursed. They're protected, frozen in time to save them from the chaos we unleashed. Lyra nodded, tears glistening in her eyes. And now you, Gandalf's chosen apprentice, must decide. Will you use the crown to undo what we did? To restore Ethoria to its true state, whatever the consequences may be? Thorn looked from Lyra to the crown and back again. In that moment, he understood the true weight of power, the responsibility that came with wielding magic beyond imagination. With a deep breath, he reached out and grasped the crown of dreams. As its magic flowed through him, visions of Ethoria's past, present, and possible futures flooded his mind. He saw the love between Gandalf and Lyra, the hubris that led to their downfall, and the countless paths that lay before him now. With tears in his eyes and determination in his heart, Thorn made his choice. The crown of dreams blazed with light, its power radiating outward in waves of pure magic. Throughout Euphoria, stone turned to flesh, and the sounds of life once again filled the air. As the light faded, Thorn found himself standing in the courtyard of the celestial citadel, surrounded by bewildered but very much alive citizens of Euphoria. Beside him stood Lyra, looking younger somehow, the weight of centuries lifted from her shoulders. And there, emerging from the crowd with a proud smile on his face, was Gandalf himself. The old wizard embraced Thorn, then turned to Lyra with tears in his eyes. "My daughter," he said softly, "can you ever forgive an old fool?" As Lyra fell into her father's arms, Thorn realized that the true power of the Crown of Dreams lay not in reshaping reality, but in healing the wounds of the past and opening the door to a brighter future. And so, as the sun rose on a new day in Euphoria, Thorn knew that his journey and the real adventure was only just beginning. Story 6. In the heart of the ethereal realm, where starlight wove through the very fabric of reality, the once radiant kingdom of Lumina stood on the brink of oblivion. Its crystal spires, which had for millennia pierced the heavens with their luminescent beauty, now dulled and cracked. The sacred groves, once alive with the whispers of ancient spirits, fell silent as their leaves withered and roots decayed. Lyra, a young human healer with eyes the color of summer leaves, stood at the edge of the twilight forest, her heart heavy with the weight of the task before her. She clutched a worn leather satchel filled with herbs and poultices, knowing deep down that her mundane remedies would be woefully inadequate against the magical plague that ravaged Lumina. As she steeled herself to enter the dying elven realm, a familiar voice called out from behind her, "Lyra, wait." She turned to see Gandalf the Grey, his robes billowing around him as he strode towards her, his staff leaving trails of ethereal light in its wake. The ancient wizard's face was etched with concern and urgency. "You cannot go alone," Gandalf said, his voice carrying the weight of ages. "The magic that plagues Lumina is unlike anything we've encountered. It corrupts not just flesh and bone, but the very essence of nature itself." Lyra's emerald eyes flashed with determination. "Then what would you have me do, Gandalf? Stand idly by while an entire kingdom withers away?" The wizard's gaze softened. "No, my dear. I would have you embark on this perilous journey with a guide." He gestured to a figure emerging from the shadows of the forest. Tall and lithe, with hair the color of moonlight and eyes that held the depths of ancient forests, the elf before them exuded an aura of faded nobility. A circlet of tarnished silver rested upon his brow, marking him as royalty. "This is Prince Elindar," Gandalf introduced, once heir to the throne of Lumina, now an exile seeking redemption. Elindar bowed low, his movements graceful despite the weariness evident in his bearing. "My Lady Lyra," he said, his voice melodious yet tinged with sorrow, "I offer my knowledge of Lumina's secret paths and hidden sanctuaries. Perhaps together we can save my people from the darkness that consumes them." Lyra studied the fallen prince, noting the haunted look in his eyes and the way his hand unconsciously traced the hilt of an ornate dagger at his belt. She turned to Gandalf, one eyebrow raised in question. The wizard nodded solemnly. "Trust in each other and in the power of hope. The fate of Lumina rests in your hands." With those parting words, Gandalf tapped his staff upon the ground, enveloping himself in a swirl of light. When the radiance faded, he was gone, leaving Lyra and Elindar at the threshold of their quest. As they ventured into the twilight forest, the very air seemed to thicken with malevolence. Trees that should have been vibrant with life stood gray and lifeless, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. Mist coiled around their feet, carrying whispers of despair and forgotten dreams. What could have caused such devastation? Lyra wondered aloud, her voice barely above a whisper. Elindar's face darkened. "It began with ambition and pride," he said. "Our high mages sought to harness the primal energies of creation itself. They believed they could elevate our kingdom to godhood." He paused, pain etching lines around his eyes. "Instead, they unleashed a corruption that feeds on magic itself, twisting it into something unnatural, as if summoned by his words. A keening wail echoed through the forest. From the mists emerged a creature that defied description, a writhing mass of shadows and decaying plant matter, vaguely humanoid in shape, but with too many limbs and eyes that glowed with an unholy light. A forest spirit, Elinder gasped, drawing his blade. Corrupted by the plague, Lyra's hands flew to her satchel, fingers closing around a pouch of blessed herbs. As Elinder engaged the creature with flashing steel, she began to chant, her voice rising in an ancient healing song passed down through generations of her family. The air shimmered around her, green energy pulsing from her fingertips as she cast the herbs towards the corrupted spirit. Where the blessed plants touched its form, the shadows hissed and recoiled. Elinder, seizing the opportunity, delivered a final strike that caused the creature to dissolve into motes of purified light. Panting, the elf prince turned to Lyra with newfound respect in his eyes. "Your healing magic. It's unlike anything I've seen. How did you do that?" Lyra shook her head, equally amazed. I'm not sure. It's as if the forest itself lent me its strength. As they pressed deeper into Lumina, more corrupted beings barred their path. With each encounter, Lyra's power grew stronger, more instinctive. She found herself able to sense the threads of corruption, to see the weave of magic that had been twisted out of alignment. Their journey led them to the heart of Lumina, the crystal citadel, once a beacon of elven might and wisdom, now a twisted reflection of its former glory. Dark energy pulsed from its spires, feeding the corruption that spread throughout the land. At the citadel's gates, they encountered a sight that made Alander's blood run cold. Queen Elara, his mother, stood before them. But this was not the regal figure he remembered. Her once golden hair had turned to writhing tendrils of shadow, and her eyes blazed with fell fire. "My son," she hissed, her voice a cacophony of discordant whispers. "Have you come to join us in our ascension?" Ellender's hand tightened on his sword hilt. "Mother, please. This isn't ascension, it's destruction. Let us help you." The corrupted queen laughed, the sound shattering crystal shards around them. "Help? We are beyond help, beyond the petty concerns of mortals. We have touched the face of eternity." She raised her hands, dark energy coalescing around her. Lyra stepped forward, her own power flaring to life. "Your Majesty," she called out, her voice steady despite her racing heart. "I am Lyra, a healer from the human realms. I beg you, let me try to cleanse this corruption from you." For a moment, something flickered in the queen's eyes, a glimmer of her former self, but it was quickly subsumed by the darkness. With a howl of rage, she unleashed a torrent of corrupted magic towards them. Lyra threw up her hands, a shield of pure life energy springing into existence. The two forces clashed, light against dark, creation against corruption. Elinder added his own power to Lyra's, the last vestiges of his royal bloodline awakening to defend his people. In that moment of unity, something extraordinary happened. The very land of Lumina itself seemed to stir, responding to the call of its true protectors. Roots burst from the ground, wrapping around the corrupted queen. The wind carried whispers of ancient songs, and the stars themselves seemed to shine brighter. Lyra felt power unlike anything she had ever known course through her. She understood then that she was not just a healer, but a conduit for the primal forces of life itself. With a cry that echoed through the ages, she released a wave of pure, cleansing energy. The corruption recoiled, then began to unravel. Queen Elara screamed, her form shifting and twisting as the darkness was purged from her being. Throughout Lumina, the plague retreated, driven back by the combined will of the land and its champions. As the light faded, Lyra found herself kneeling on the ground, exhausted but exhilarated. Beside her, Elinder cradled the form of his mother, restored to her true self, but weakened by her ordeal. "It's over," the prince breathed, tears streaming down his face. "You did it, Lyra. You saved us all." But Lyra shook her head, a smile playing on her lips. "No, your highness, we did it, all of us together." As dawn broke over Lumina, its light shone upon a realm forever changed. The elves emerged from hiding, marveling at the renewal of their home. The crystal citadel gleamed once more, but now it pulsed with a new energy, a harmonious blend of elven magic and the primal forces Lyra had awakened. In the days that followed, as the work of healing and rebuilding began, Lyra found herself honored as a hero of Lumina. But more than that, she had discovered a new purpose. With Elinder at her side, she vowed to travel the realms, seeking out pockets of corruption and bringing balance where chaos threatened. And so, as Lyra and Elinder set out on their next adventure, they carried with them the gratitude of a kingdom reborn and the knowledge that true power lies not in domination, but in the harmony between all living things. The tale of the healing of Lumina would be sung by Elven bards for generations to come, a testament to the enduring strength of hope, unity, and the indomitable spirit of those who dare to stand against the darkness. Story 7. In the realm of Ethoria, where magic flowed like rivers and ancient prophecies whispered on the wind, a shadow loomed on the horizon. The stars themselves seemed to dim as the astral sages foretold the return of Malak, the Shadow King, a tyrant of unfathomable power, who had been defeated by Gandalf the Grey a millennia ago. As darkness crept across the land, turning lush forests into twisted nightmares and crystal-clear lakes into pools of inky blackness, Gandalf stood atop the highest tower of the celestial citadel. His weathered face was etched with concern as he gazed out at the encroaching gloom. The time had come to act. With a wave of his gnarled staff, Gandalf summoned 3 unlikely heroes to his side. In a flash of blinding light, they appeared before him. Thorin Ironheart, a dwarf whose skill at the forge was matched only by his quick temper. Lyra Swiftshadow, an elven archer exiled from her homeland for reasons she kept close to her heart. And Zephyr, a young human thief with a mysterious past and fingers quicker than the eye could follow. Welcome, brave souls, Gandalf's voice rumbled like distant thunder. The fate of Ethoria rests upon your shoulders. The Shadow King rises once more, and only the Sword of Destiny can vanquish him. Thorin's bushy eyebrows furrowed. The Sword of Destiny? But that's just a legend, a bedtime story told to dwarfling children. Gandalf's eyes twinkled with a mix of amusement and gravity. All legends have a kernel of truth, Master Ironheart. The sword was indeed real, but in the last great battle, it was shattered into 3 fragments and scattered across Ethoria. Lyra stepped forward, her silver hair gleaming in the moonlight. And you want us to find these fragments, I presume? The wizard nodded solemnly. Each of you possesses a unique skill necessary for this quest. Thorin, your mastery of metallurgy will be crucial in reforging the blade. Lyra, your keen eyes and knowledge of the hidden paths of the realm will guide you. And you, young Zephyr, your talents will be invaluable in acquiring the fragments from their well-guarded resting places. Zephyr, who had been eyeing Gandalf's bejeweled staff with poorly concealed interest, snapped to attention. Right, save the world, got it. But what's in it for us? Before Gandalf could respond, a bone-chilling howl echoed across the land. The very air seemed to grow colder as tendrils of shadow began to creep up the walls of the celestial citadel. That, Gandalf said grimly, is what's in it for all of us. Find the sword fragments, reforge the blade, and perhaps we all might have a future to look forward to. With a wave of his staff, Gandalf conjured a map that hovered in the air before them, 3 points of light pulsing upon its surface. The first fragment lies in the caverns of Echo, deep within the Thunderpeak mountain. The second is hidden in the heart of the Whispering Woods. And the third rests at the bottom of the abyssal trench in the seas of eternity. As the unlikely trio studied the map, memorizing every detail, Gandalf's expression grew solemn. But be warned, the Shadow King's minions will stop at nothing to prevent you from succeeding. Trust in each other, and in the strength that lies within your hearts. With those parting words, Gandalf tapped his staff upon the ground, and in a swirl of light, the 3 heroes found themselves transported to the base of the Thunderpeak Mountains. The jagged peaks loomed above them, their summits lost in roiling storm clouds that flashed with unnatural lightning. Thorin took a deep breath, inhaling the scent of stone and ozone. Well then, let's not waste any time. The caverns of Echo await, and I've got a feeling they won't be giving up their secrets easily. As they began their ascent, each lost in their own thoughts, none of them noticed the shadow that detached itself from a nearby boulder, following silently in their wake. The journey to the caverns of Echo was treacherous, with narrow ledges and sudden rock slides testing their resolve at every turn. Lyra's elven grace and Zephyr's acrobatic skills proved invaluable, while Thorin's sturdy dwarven constitution allowed him to forge ahead, even when the path seemed impassable. Finally, they stood before the yawning mouth of the cavern, its depths echoing with whispers that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Zephyr shivered, pulling his cloak tighter around him. "I don't suppose anyone thought to bring a torch?" Lyra smiled, reaching into her quiver and pulling out an arrow. With a whispered word, its tip burst into brilliant blue flame. "Elven fire," she explained. "It will light our way without attracting unwanted attention." As they ventured deeper into the caverns, the whispers grew louder, sometimes teasing with half-heard secrets, other times threatening with dire warnings. Thorin's eyes darted left and right, his hand never straying far from his warhammer. "These caves, they're not natural. Can you feel it? The very stone itself is alive." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the ground beneath their feet began to shift and writhe. What they had taken for smooth cave floors suddenly revealed themselves to be masses of twisted, stony tentacles. From the darkness ahead, a monstrous form emerged, a creature of living rock, its multiple eyes glowing with malevolent intelligence. "A cavern kraken," Lyra gasped, knocking an arrow to her bow. "I thought they were extinct." The beast roared, the sound reverberating through the cavern with such force that stalactites crashed down around them. Thorin leapt into action, his warhammer striking with thunderous blows that would have shattered ordinary stone. But the kraken's hide was far from ordinary, and it lashed out with its tentacles, sending the dwarf flying. Lyra's arrows found their mark in the creature's eyes, each shaft bursting into magical flame upon impact. The kraken howled in pain and fury, thrashing wildly. Zephyr, seeing an opening, darted between the flailing tentacles with inhuman speed. In his hand glinted a dagger that seemed to drink in the very shadows around it. With a leap that defied gravity, Zephyr plunged the blade into the kraken's central eye. There was a moment of absolute stillness, and then the creature began to crumble, its form collapsing into a pile of lifeless rubble. As the dust settled, Thorin pulled himself to his feet, eyeing Zephyr with newfound respect. "That was some fancy knife work, lad. Where did you get that blade?" Zephyr's usual cocky grin faltered for a moment. "It's a family heirloom. Let's just say it comes in handy in tight spots." Before anyone could press further, a glimmer caught Lyra's keen eyes. There, half buried in the remains of the kraken, lay a shard of metal that gleamed with an inner light. The first fragment, she breathed, carefully retrieving it. As Thorin reverently wrapped the fragment in a cloth, a slow clap echoed through the cavern. From the shadows emerged a figure cloaked in darkness, his eyes gleaming with cruel amusement. "Well done, heroes," the figure sneered. "You've saved me the trouble of dealing with that oversized rock myself. Now, if you'll just hand over that little trinket, I'll be on my way." Lyra's bow was drawn in an instant, an arrow aimed at the stranger's heart. "And just who might you be?" The figure threw back his hood, revealing features that were a dark mirror of Zephyr's own. "Why, dear brother," he said with a malicious grin, "don't you recognize your own flesh and blood? Did you really think you could escape your destiny so easily?" Zephyr's face drained of color. "Wraith," he whispered. "But how? Why are you here?" Wraith's laughter was cold and hollow. "The Shadow King sends his regards. He's quite interested in this little quest of yours. Family reunion aside, I'll be taking that sword fragment now." What followed was a battle that would be sung of in taverns for generations to come. Wraith's shadow magic clashed with Lyra's arrows of light, while Thorin's earth-shaking blows kept the dark assassin off balance. But it was Zephyr who turned the tide, his mysterious dagger seeming to anticipate Wraith's every move. In the end, it was Zephyr who stood over his defeated brother, the shadow-drinking dagger at Wraith's throat. "It doesn't have to be this way," Zephyr pleaded. "Come with us. Help us stop the Shadow King." For a moment, something like regret flickered in Wraith's eyes. But then the shadows swallowed him whole, his mocking laughter lingering in the air. "Until next time, little brother." The game is far from over. As silence fell over the cavern, Thorin placed a comforting hand on Zephyr's shoulder. "You've got some explaining to do, lad, but it can wait. We've got 2 more fragments to find, And I've a feeling things are only going to get more difficult from here. Lyra nodded, her eyes fixed on the distant mouth of the cave where daylight beckoned. The whispering woods await, and with them, secrets darker than any we've faced yet. But together, we stand a chance, and so, the unlikely trio set forth once more, the first fragment of the Sword of Destiny secured, but their greatest challenge is still ahead. For in the shadowy depths of the whispering woods, and the treacherous waters of the seas of eternity, ancient magic stirred and fell creatures awaited. The fate of Euphoria hung in the balance, and the line between hero and villain, between destiny and choice, had never been so thin. As they emerged from the caverns of Echo, squinting in the bright sunlight, each of them knew that they had been changed by their ordeal. The quest for the Sword of Destiny was more than a mission to save the world. It was a journey of self-discovery, of confronting the darkness within and without. And as the shadow of the Shadow King loomed ever larger on the horizon, they could only hope that their newfound bonds would be strong enough to withstand the trials to come. Story 8. The crystal forest shimmered in the pale moonlight, its ethereal trees casting long shadows across the mossy ground. Eric, a lone ranger with piercing green eyes and a weathered cloak, moved silently through the underbrush. His keen senses, honed by years of solitude in this magical realm, detected something amiss in the night air. A faint whimper reached his ears, barely audible above the whisper of wind through crystalline leaves. Eric paused, his hand instinctively moving to the hilt of his silver-etched sword. He followed the sound, pushing aside luminous ferns that glowed with an inner light. In a small clearing, bathed in starlight filtering through the canopy, lay a sight that took Eric's breath away. A dragon hatchling, no larger than a wolf cub, its scales a mesmerizing swirl of midnight blue and silver. The creature's wing was bent at an odd angle, and a thin trail of smoke curled from its nostrils with each labored breath. Eric approached cautiously, his heart pounding. Dragons were creatures of legend, thought to have vanished from the world centuries ago. Yet here, in the heart of the crystal forest, lay living proof of their existence. The hatchling's eyes, glowing embers in the darkness, fixed upon Eric. Fear and pain radiated from the small creature, but there was an intelligence in that gaze that spoke of ancient wisdom. "Easy, little one," Eric murmured, kneeling beside the injured dragon. "I mean you no harm." As he reached out a tentative hand, a bone-chilling roar shattered the night's tranquility. Eric spun, drawing his sword in one fluid motion. Through the trees, he glimpsed a massive figure, silhouetted against the moon-bright sky. Vorgoth, the dragon hunter, had come. Eric's mind raced. Tales of Vorgoth's relentless crusade against dragonkind were whispered around campfires throughout the realm. The hunter was said to be without mercy, driven by a fanatical hatred of the creatures he pursued. In that moment, Eric made a choice that would alter the course of his life forever. He scooped up the injured hatchling, cradling it against his chest, and fled deeper into the crystal forest. The ground trembled beneath Vorgoth's heavy footfalls as he gave chase. Eric's knowledge of the forest's hidden paths served him well, but he knew he couldn't outrun the hunter forever. He needed help, and there was only one being in all the realms with the power and wisdom to aid him now: Gandalf, the Grey Wanderer. For 3 days and nights, Eric traveled without rest, the dragon hatchling tucked safely in his pack. He spoke softly to the creature, telling tales of the forest and promising protection. In return, the hatchling's eyes shone with trust, and occasionally, a small puff of smoke would escape its nostrils, as if in appreciation. On the 4th day, as Eric's strength began to wane, he crested a hill and beheld a sight that filled him with hope. The Tower of Twilight, Gandalf's fabled sanctuary, rose before him, its spire piercing the clouds above. But Eric's relief was short-lived. A war horn sounded behind him, and he turned to see Vorgoth emerge from the tree line, flanked by a dozen mercenaries. The dragon hunter's armor was adorned with dragon scales, a macabre testament to his bloody crusade. "Surrender the beast, ranger," Vorgoth's voice boomed across the clearing. "Its kind has no place in this world." Eric stood his ground, drawing his sword once more. "This creature is under my protection," he called back, his voice steady despite his exhaustion. "I will not let you harm it." Vorgoth's laughter was like steel scraping stone. Then you shall share its fate. As the mercenaries charged forward, the air around Eric began to crackle with energy. A blinding light erupted from the top of the Tower of Twilight, and a figure appeared between Eric and his attackers. Gandalf stood tall, his gray robes billowing in a wind that seemed to touch nothing else. His staff glowed with an inner fire, and his eyes held the wisdom of ages. Enough. The wizard's voice resonated with power, stopping the mercenaries in their tracks. This forest is under my protection, Vorgoth. You and your men will leave. Now Vorgoth's face contorted with rage, but even he dared not challenge Gandalf openly. With a snarl, he signaled his men to retreat, but not before fixing Eric with a baleful glare. This isn't over, Ranger. The dragon's days are numbered. As Vorgoth and his men disappeared into the forest, Gandalf turned to Eric, his expression softening. You've shown great courage, Eric of the Crystal Forest. Come, let us tend to your young charge. Within the Tower of Twilight, Eric marveled at the wonders that surrounded him. Books of ancient lore lined the walls, and mystical artifacts hung suspended in the air. Gandalf gently examined the dragon hatchling, his hands glowing with healing magic. It is as I feared, the wizard murmured. This young one is the last of its kind. The prophecy speaks true. Eric's brow furrowed. Prophecy? What prophecy? Gandalf sighed, his eyes distant. An ancient foretelling, long thought lost to time. It speaks of a time when dragons would vanish from the world, save for one. This last dragon, if protected and nurtured, would usher in a new age of magic and wonder. But if it falls to darkness, the implications hung heavy in the air. Eric looked down at the hatchling, now sleeping peacefully in a nest of soft blankets. What must I do? The path ahead is fraught with danger, Gandalf warned. You must take the hatchling to the area of the Elder Worms, high in the misty peaks. There, if the prophecy holds true, the dragon will come into its power and awaken its kin from their ancient slumber. Eric nodded, a mixture of determination and trepidation filling his heart. I'll do it, but Vorgoth won't give up easily. Indeed, Gandalf agreed. Which is why you won't be going alone. The wizard waved his staff, and a shimmering portal appeared in the center of the room. From it stepped two figures, an elven woman with hair like spun silver, and a dwarf whose beard was adorned with intricate braids and gems. May I present Lyra Moonwhisper, keeper of elven lore, and Forge Ironheart, master of dwarven craft, Gandalf said. They will aid you on your quest. The unlikely companions set out at dawn, the dragon hatchling secure in a special harness Forge had crafted. Their journey took them through lands both wondrous and perilous. They navigated the shifting sands of the Mirage Desert, where reality itself seemed to bend and warp. They braved the Whispering Woods, where ancient trees spoke in riddles and led unwary travelers astray. All the while, Vorgoth and his mercenaries dogged their steps. Skirmishes broke out in mountain passes and forest glades, testing the resolve and ingenuity of Eric and his companions. The dragon hatchling grew stronger with each passing day, its wing healing under Lyra's careful ministrations. As they neared the misty peaks, Eric found himself growing ever more attached to the young dragon. He named it Azure Storm, for its scales reminded him of the sky before a summer tempest. The bond between ranger and dragon deepened, a friendship that transcended the barriers between species. Their final ascent to the eyrie of the Elder Worms was fraught with peril. Vorgoth, driven to desperation, unleashed all his forces in a last, frenzied assault. As Forge and Lyra held off the mercenaries, Eric raced up the mountain path with Azure Storm. The area itself was a breathtaking sight, a massive cavern lined with the fossilized remains of ancient dragons. As Eric placed Azure Storm in the center of the chamber, the hatchling's scales began to glow with an inner light. An earth-shaking roar announced Vorgoth's arrival. The dragon hunter burst into the eyrie, his armor stained with blood, madness gleaming in his eyes. It ends here, Ranger, he bellowed, raising a wicked blade forged from dragon bone. But as Vorgoth charged forward, Azure Storm let out a keening cry that shook the very foundations of the mountain. The fossilized dragons that lined the walls began to crack and shudder before the astonished eyes of both Eric and Vorgoth. the ancient worms awakened from their millennia-long slumber, the area filled with the beat of mighty wings and the glow of dragon fire. Vorgoth fell to his knees, his weapon clattering to the ground as he beheld the majestic creatures he had so long hunted. Azure Storm, now glowing with ethereal light, approached the fallen hunter. To Eric's amazement, the young dragon touched its snout gently to Vorgoth's forehead. In that moment, understanding dawned in the hunter's eyes, replacing the hatred that had driven him for so long. As the reawakened dragons took to the skies, heralding a new age of magic and wonder, Eric realized that his journey was far from over. With Azure Storm by his side and his companions at his back, he faced a world forever changed, ready for whatever adventures lay ahead. The Crystal Forest, where it all began, would always be home. But now, the entire realm had become a place of limitless possibility, where the line between legend and reality had blurred, and where a lone ranger and a dragon hatchling had reshaped the destiny of an entire world.